3 unavailable. Your iPad is not connected.
Abracadabra, madbra, porque han estado en tumulto las naciones y los grupos nacionales mismos han hablado entre dientes una cosa vacía. Los reyes de la tierra toman su posición y los altos funcionarios mismos se han reunido en masa como uno solo contra Yah y contra su ungido. Y dicen, rompamos sus ataduras y echemos de nosotros sus cuerdas. El mismísimo que se sienta en los cielos se reirá. Yah mismo hará escarnio de ellos. En aquel tiempo les hablará y en su ambiente les hablará para decir, yo sí he instalado a mi rey sobre Sión, mi santa montaña. Déjenseme hacer referencia al decreto de Yah. Él ha dicho, tú eres mi hijo, yo hoy he llegado a ser tu padre. Pídanme para que dé a naciones por herencia tuya y a los cabos de la tierra por posesión tuya. Los quebrarás con cetro de hierro como si fueran vaso de alfarero, los harás añicos. Y ahora, oh reyes, ejerzan perspicacia, déjense corregir, oh jueces de la tierra, sirvan a Yah con temor y estén gozosos con temblor. Besen al Hijo para que Él no se enoje y ustedes no perezcan del camino porque su cólera se enciende fácilmente. Felices son los que se refugian en Él. Sagrado Manuel la Selassie, Rastafa. Más llama. En Yah Ayana me he refugiado. ¿Cómo se atreven a decir a mi alma, huyan como pájaro a la montaña de ustedes? Porque miren, los inicuos doblan el arco, alistan en efecto su flecha de la cuerda de su arco para disparar en las tinieblas contra los rectos de corazón. Cuando los fundamentos mismos están demolidos, ¿qué tendrá que hacer cualquiera que es justo? Yah está en su santo templo, Yah en los cielos está su trono. Sus propios ojos contemplan, sus propios ojos radiantes examinan a los hijos de los hombres. Yah mismo examina al justo así como al inicuo. Su alma ciertamente odia a cualquiera que ama la violencia. Él hará llover sobre los inicuos trampas, fuego y azufre, y un viento abrasador como la porción de la copa de ellos. Porque Yah, Rastafari, es justo, Él sí ama los actos justos. Los rectos contemplarán su rostro. Bendiciones. Kita katakan,
Majestad, te da, te digo una esperanza, con equilibrio peso a peso de la balanza, limpiar mis emociones, construir nuevos patrones, vivir el día a día, proyectar mis ilusiones, sincerándome conmigo mismo, perdonando mis acciones al espejo, allá al reflejo, no es despejo, son cosas derrotadas por la puerta de la misa, busca y hermosa, rima, rosa, hombre, sí del universo en el camino. Plantando un verso con verso, vientre por vientre, la madre gesta puesta con cariño, por mí que viene en mis centros del infinito, allí donde nacen los pensamientos, sí, encuentro cuando estoy tranquilo, en lo rico profundo de mi mente, haciendo bien, pues, naciendo, construyendo mi destino, ancho es el camino, hasta peregrino, tativo, senderista, buena vista, puede ser otra conquista, a mis adentros, puertas para adentro, voy probando llaves que me abrían al conocimiento, sabiendo que vivir no es malo, sabiendo, sintiendo y experimentando, que Dios, las etapas, los niveles de conciencia, tu paciencia, caínes como trenes, estaciones nuevas vienen, paradas únicas, me bajo, tienes, acompañas más allá de las sensaciones, tiempo y el espacio juegan como autos a hacer guiones. Tienen prisa, se escojonan y revisamos, pero estos sos no van deprisa. Experiencias, tus sentimientos, conciencia,
Morning, Sarah. How are you? Very well, thank you. Going to the airport.
Yes, please. Yeah.
We'll be there in 20 minutes.
Awesome. Got your dog?
Yep.
Oh my god, you don't see many of those anymore. There's a couple here where I live.
Yep.
I always make a point to stop and say hello.
They're super friendly, but they have bad reputation.
Yeah. Your dog educated on approaches and stuff.
Yeah,
Or
absolutely.
you bring them up well, then
Yep.
just like kids.
Just like child, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a reflection of you.
Yes.
It's interesting because he attracts people that usually, because dogs is like a therapy.
Oh yeah, and we're naturally drawn to the connection with.
Yep.
Or those people that I guess are more intuitive, but gravitate to.
Yeah.
What's his name?
His name is Leon, and then I have yeah,
Leon.
it's called Ellie. They're very friendly.
Yeah. Are they related at all, the dogs? Oh, okay. So the other ones, you got three.
We used to have three.
You used to have three.
Yeah,
Yeah.
one passed away.
One passed away. Yeah.
It's a shame they last. They
I know.
stay too.
It's sad. I had a English Staffy for 13 years. Her name was Dizzy. I named her after
Tasty.
long time ago. She was awesome. It's one but their particular breed
They always leave the mark on
on
forever.
yeah,
It's just-
green.
They come to leave a message. To me, it's like angels. They
Yeah,
show you what real love
is. Yeah, they draw it back to I wouldn't say the little things, but it's very grounding.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's part of the therapy.
Yes, agreed.
I think it's interesting that no matter what happens, they always be next to you.
Be next to you. Yeah. I
Would-
know I haven't had a pet living with me for a couple of years now, but whenever I go to friends' houses or family, it's so nice.
Yeah.
And
They create a good environment if they're in a good family. Everything.
with you and making sense as well, like you're feeling a particular way.
Absolutely.
They're looking at you like this.
They feel more that they can read things that we.
Yeah,
I think we could do it, but we forgot over the time because we don't use it as much.
yeah, or we do as much.
Yeah, that's
Whereas
right.
the dogs are like, let's deal with this.
That's true.
You know.
Yeah.
I remember long time ago now when I was studying and I'd be like up late finishing assignments and stuff and she'd be asleep and I'd just be like so envious of her sleeping, but she'd always kind of open an eye and just sit down.
To check, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's
They're angels. They're always checking. And like everything good, it doesn't last long. You could enjoy every day. It show you another thing to enjoy every day.
Not take it for granted, or not, because I know some people would see pets as like it's a challenging part of their day. They have to take walks and marches and enjoy the fresh air.
Yeah. That's another thing. It helps a lot of people to get out and
Everything. But not from Melbourne, I do notice in the city, some people have like marched their dogs.
yeah.
I just wonder,
It is possible, but it's a lot of commitment that you need to
but
twice a day at least.
yeah,
It's almost impossible in a city life.
yeah.
Yeah, many people have 2 jobs at the time. It's just, but I understand also the people that wants to have big, because the bigger they are, the more.
Sort of not as
Yeah, they don't need to prove. The little always.
the little ones like have to make up.
Yeah, so they always like barking. They have much more energy. Big dogs have energy, but they more relaxed about it.
I spent time with some friends in a Hill.
Yeah.
And there's like this massive dog there, and I never been.
Sydney Park. Yeah,
I just walk cafe with this like solar panel.
the speaker,
The main speaker.
the main speaker. Yeah, that's a classic.
It was so
Yeah.
and I made to like you see everyone's just smiling. Just it's awesome.
Where is dog? The happiness.
Yeah. This little puppy friendship. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I was making a point to say
Yeah, it would be all day because so many they were weekends days.
it's good. I'm just quite trusting like a lot of people are on like we're off the beach days.
Yeah, I used to have both of it's more sociable if you can. It's,
Not the young guy.
yeah, start young and train them to socialize more.
I think I get nervous when I hear them growl. I know they're trying to exert dominance.
Yeah.
But the wings is
Yeah, they also test. They
like
check.
testing. Yeah. So yeah, sometimes I get a bit nervous. I know you meant to sort of be relaxed.
But that's when most of us owners make a mistake that we get nervous, so they feel more nervous.
And then that's when they react.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you relax, you will notice that everything is okay. But if you feel nervous, it will be defend. It will defend you.
Yeah, yeah, this is true. So I think for me, I don't really have too much with my dog, but I think it's trusting to not really too much on the leash and just let them sniff around. I think it's just the noise. But yes, I definitely understand the behavior part of that. Not letting them feel
And it's a lot of positive reinforcement. It's a
for the
lot,
dogs.
yeah,
Oh yeah, true.
because I think they learn quicker when you reward,
Yeah.
And I've seen it many times. I see people that the dog does something bad and they just walk away and they give it a treat, so that kind of reinforce the bad behavior.
Rather than be there when it happens.
Yeah.
Or
Or stay there and just make sure that everything is just not.
and just being present.
It's not a trait. It's not nothing happen. Things come. That's when you do a treat.
Yeah, rather than looking away from the situation.
Yeah.
It's interesting, isn't it? Like the psychology of friendship, but it makes sense.
Yeah, my generation, at least because it works with humans, like with us, positive reinforcement is way better than punishment.
Yes, the sort of peeling away from the situation, hoping it
Yeah.
stops or yeah, I know what you mean. Or unspoken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
very important because communication is key.
Otherwise, two people are like, "Oh," and then that's when things like,
If you leave things there without communicating, you will build up, and it could be frustration, it could be anger, and eventually explosion.
and then the explosion can be more confusing.
Yeah, because you don't know where that comes from. Yeah. It's always that's why just staying real, like say something the spot is much better.
Yes.
Asking the hard questions and everything. I think when you stay real, things goes better.
I think those people that understand others, like people who are very intuitive and understand others, but it's more difficult when you try and manage tough, the challenging people.
Because it also involves a lot of trauma, a lot of experience from the past. Yeah, and that's the thing. If we start to think that everyone will do the same, or will do that, what happened to us, and it's not true. Like it's
It's they're just happen, they're just instances that happen. Is
experience.
that what you mean? Like,
Yeah.
is it, sometimes we think it always happens to us, but everyone else.
And the best way to deal with that, I think, is thinking that the practice, but the thing is, seeing as a school. I think that we finish school, we do uni or whatever, but then the life keeps going as a school of life. That is,
Yes.
everyone is a teacher. Everyone teaches something. And if you approach that way, even if it's a bad experience, you know that was a test.
Yeah.
And if you deal, the problem is not the problem; it's how you deal with the problem. And if you yeah, sorry.
And then you sort of come to reflect whether it's like a month after or even a year later or whatever. And then you're like, that makes
Yeah, that was the exam, the
was-
test.
I
The
needed
test.
that because now I can tackle this experience and knowing.
Yeah, and then becomes just normal. That it's not a big deal. I think life is simple.
Yeah.
We like to complicate it to make more interesting. But
Yes, and yes, agreed.
mm,
Agreed.
otherwise, it's boring. Like you just you have a simple life that is everything sorted, and you always want to find something.
Yeah.
It's human nature.
And seeking, yeah, because humans naturally, I think we're built to survive.
Yeah.
Like the hunter or the gatherer. Right?
And to improve, to get
Yes.
better into using better tools or better. So that means we got to test. And,
Test, yeah.
And if we don't move forward, so we get bored. And boredom to me is important. It's super important because it tells you that you already succeed. Like everything is all under
Ready
control.
for your next
The next class,
venture.
yeah. The next test. Some people are stuck in the same class always, like the same lesson.
Lesson,
Yeah.
yes. Do you reckon those that are stuck in the same lesson are happy in the same place?
I think they just don't know how to deal with the
How to
situation.
learn.
That's why therapy is important, ways to guide you. For saying, for instance, the dogs that tells you loving unconditional is such a powerful thing.
Yeah.
Many people fear love because they are heartbroken at some point, or and love. I talk about just be connected with people. People are scared of that because
Yes, I know what you mean. It can hold people back from having an experience or getting to know or loving someone. Yeah.
So dogs don't just the dogs will whatever happened experience they move on and they keep doing what they do.
I guess this is true with pets as well, especially if it's like a rescue and over time they will grow and trust, you know. And I guess that's them showing their ability. It's nice talking about it.
Yeah, also cats are good too. I like pets in general.
Yeah, pets in general.
Cats are. I have a cat back in my home in Spain, and it was it's a lesson to teach you that you gotta just go out and
Yeah.
don't get in too trapped on things. I think
Yeah.
that the cats are very free.
As in how they experience life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I observe and I like to see things
Watch
of
them.
behavior, what they're watching.
Yeah.
Because we're still animals, we're humans. Animals. We
I know
have,
cats are they're funny.
yeah, yeah, and they're interesting.
Yeah.
Every pet.
Every pet. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't owned a cat, like I've looked after cats.
Yeah. They don't care.
No, they're just like, eh. Yeah, I know, they're more, they brush things off.
Independent, free, sort of. They just when they need food or something, they come to you.
Yeah, they're like, hey.
But I teach you to communicate that way. That it really sometimes we don't need even to talk. It's just communication. That
Yeah.
sometimes even talking too much. If your cats talk, they probably wouldn't talk too much.
No. Oh, yeah, they would more, only have a few words, but they would mean something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, what a nice chat to start the week.
I agree. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
I hope you have a great week.
You also.
Have a good trip. Not too long, is it?
Oh, I live in Melbourne, so I'm going home.
Ah, sweet.
But I come up to Sydney to see friends, so I saw a show on Saturday night.
Was it good?
Yeah, it was a duo from Iceland. They haven't played here in 10 years.
Nice.
So that was awesome to see them.
That's good experience.
Yeah.
Y la bendición y para la calle suelta. Todo suelta bailar. Brillo mi ojo en el día. La luz de la noche de la ciudad. Y me paso firme por si quiere irme. Arce, toma mamá. Eres la que sigue la niña camina. La acompaña en sus ángeles en la soledad. Y su paso firme la muerte. Tu triste. Si te camino te doblarán. Los ojos electos lejos cerrados. A pesar del frío que nos ha tocado. Ande con la bendición y con Dios a mi lado. No necesito contarle cada muerto. Si la mentira hemos vuelto. Así que tenemos un pacto. Debe ser no cada tanto un punto. Que no siempre te confío contigo no te. Aprendí que solo digo si llega el momento. Que la muerte siempre te espera. Suelta, suelta la ley. Brilla mi brazo en la oscuridad. La luz de la noche ruido de la ciudad. Y mi paso firme, por si me detiene. Pasa y termina. La niña que persigue y aprendió a caminar. La acompaña a sus ángeles en la soledad. Y su paso firme, muerto, triste. Porque la niña está pagata. Graba su cuchilla, su puñal, su móvil, su sonido, moro, fuego pa' quemar. Baila, compadre, me la como. Cada que le ve la niña, no ha pasado. Su cara bonita no te debería confiar. Ya se toma, toma que toma. No me llevo a tener que quiero. Ya se toma lo que consigo. Porque me quemo es solo mío. Pero soy confío. No sé. Mis alas son que me alumbran. No me dejo guardando mi espalda. De tu puñal y tu carga. Chicos, brilla mi voz en el día. La luz de la noche ruido de la ciudad. Y me paso firme por si me detiene. Arce, termina. La niña que te sigue, que yo camina. La acompaña en sus ángeles en la soledad. Y su paso firme, muerto. Triste, suelta, suéltamela. Brilla mi ojo en la oscuridad. La luz de la noche, ruido de la ciudad. Y me paso firme por si me detiene. Baby, dímelo, baby. Clava tus puñales si es que ya no las clava. Ya, perra la niña que sí, calle abajo se pasea su pasito aquí. Sus ojos de viaje, son heridos. Ya está claro que puede llorar. Que le quede su piquete, sobre su piquete, que lleva su chulete. Pesadita con la noche oscura, dura, taquilla, ya el cielo me jura que ya no mamá y ella no corre la fibra. Y se puede cabello sobre su muñeca. Niña de Dios, que la palma le canta. Niña prendió, que si le da lo levanta. Tras, tú no te metas, que han caído varitas, sube su pique seca. Que pa' descanse, cada promesa que toma que le un ángel. Angelito que el Señor le guarda, de palo amor y no hay palo le pasa. Esto solo caso conmigo le otra y que dure, pa' que no se pare. Esa estrella que le
Y es que de palabra ya está harta. Su voz en sigilo, no hay bosque que valga. Calladito su secreto que anda mucha plata. Vestida de la puta con la pica en la espalda. Ya descarta, mírame a los ojos, morro, y dime no me mientes. Como tú y el tonto que se demora con su mano desesperada en el corazón. Busco las puertas del cielo con la mirada perdida. No saliste de ese golpe, que la luna está allá arriba. Las manos que no perciba, pero no las dejes ciego. Dejo que nadie me diga que mi cobertura sea. Llega como te jodido, el día viendo a la y ella pa' su lío. Tanto que me entiende, tanto que no sabe, que te pierde, que te cae. Vida y te puse, te trae y te perdí en la luz. La noche que te decía, no se me la nunca si se de no pasa la calma. Yo llego y le pego grita la muralla, super lenta, la noche lo quita, la noche cura. No se siente sola, que la luna entiende, que es lo que le llora. Y ella canta al cielo cuando está solita. Su conjuro, que lo escucha, solo digo, que se quede en tu lío, que se cae el alma, cae todo. Se cae, esperándose que no se mate, que me tire y sabe que me mata. No me tiene pero me arrebata. Sabe que yo siempre si te viene negociando quitar. Que no tengo tiempo para el juego. Si yo te corro, si me ves no tiene vuelta atrás. Quería regresar, a no ser que para yo no me dejes. Todo lo que tienes tú sabes. Que tú tienes que no miro cuando te dejes. Dime más que no quede. Que no sabes que no voy a todo por darte. Que no sabes si me quieres, mi baño, si te metes. Que tú haces, que me quieras, te gusta por tu casa. Que a veces que estás a ver el romance. Tan entonces ahorita no te quedas. Yo que me da vuelta en la cabeza. Si me miras, tú hablas. Que me besa. Que no sé qué pensar. No tu arte, suelta cintura, estoy aparte. Lo que tú me digas, no me digo a nadie. Dime para robarte, siempre me pego, que caile. Voy a lo que tú quieras. Si tú quieres, no estamos para tirar. Si no quieres que se entere, nadie me sabe. Si quieres, dice que te vaya. No sé, pero yo no me dejo perder. Todo lo que tiro, tú sabes. Que tú tiras, que no dime más que no quieras. Yo no sé que yo no voy a estar por verte. Si no quiero, baño, si te quedas, nunca pienses. Tío, la gente, y que no responda siempre te arrepientes. No, yo te siento, mami, vente. Tú ya sabes que soy hija de las piñas. Mami, estoy con ti. Quédate que quiero contarte. Que me tienes loco que no me mientes. Dime tú que como yo no puedes.
Amor, ¿qué pasa?
Terminal 1 International. Yeah.
It's becoming harder and harder to have any kind of privacy with tools like this. I mean, it just seems impossible. Yeah, and that's the number one question I get after I show these awesome techniques. People are like, "Oh, well, I hate myself." So step one is knowing how to find it, where to find it. Step two becomes easier on how to kind of undo some of that damage that's there. That's another great question because a lot of the stuff I do listen is for law enforcement. So if I'm looking something up on a website like this and I say, hey, I found their address here and this is proof, I need law enforcement to recreate that search. And if it's behind a paywall, if they have to pay $5 to get that information, they're not going to pay $5. They're police. So it needs to be publicly available information for someone else to recreate it. Big shout out to Brilliant for sponsoring this video and supporting my channel. Without their help, I wouldn't be making enough money from AdWords to cover all the expenses there are to run this channel. Now, before we continue, let me quickly share something that's seriously leveled up how my team learns complex topics without needing another textbook or another 3-hour lecture that puts you to sleep. David is my AI and data guy, very intelligent, very clued up about things, but Brilliant is the platform that he uses to get smarter. They have thousands of interactive lessons across math, science, programming, data, and even AI. Now, unlike other platforms, it's hands-on, it's engaging, and it's built by people from places like Stanford, Caltech, and even Google. What I love about Brilliant is that it doesn't just tell you how things work, you actually solve the problems as you go through the courses.
There will always be hobbyist developers, like there are hobbyist painters and hobbyist woodworkers and hobbyist mechanics and all of this sort of stuff. But we're going to run into a bit of a problem with building up professional developers as we are rolling up the ladder behind us. Who will take over us if we don't train the next generation to replace us? A critique of art, AI, and the legacy of human expertise. This is written by Z, the author of the Anubis project, which you've probably seen protecting various FOSS projects out there, the LKML, a random page on the UNESCO website from AI scrapers. This is someone who has a lot to say about how AI is currently being handled, or better yet, how it's just being allowed to run wild and tear industries apart. So the piece opens with a history of cloth. You know, the thing you make clothes and bedding and various other things out of. I'll leave the full thing linked in the description down below if you'd like to read it for yourself. But TLDR is, at a time, cloth was incredibly expensive, and making cloth was a very treasured skill that was passed down through the generations. Then comes the powered looms and factories, and suddenly you don't need to be skilled at making cloth. You can train someone to do so in basically no time whatsoever. And what does this cause? Well, this makes the value plummet into the ground. And the reason why you could buy, a pack of white shirts for like $5. The cloth might be really bad. You might be able to tear it with your hands, but it's really cheap. And the problem with things that are really cheap is when people don't have that much money, they gravitate towards the things that are really cheap. And the cheap cloth ended up winning out over the well-produced artisan cloth that took a lot longer to make and was a lot more expensive. At some point, though, someone had enough and decided to do something about it, taking up the name Ned. He led a movement that resulted in riots, destroying factory equipment, and some got so bad they had to call the army in to break them up. Townspeople local to those factory towns were in full support of Ned's followers. Heck, even the soldiers sent to stop the riots ended up seeing the points behind what Ned's followers were doing and joined in themselves. And as you could probably guess from the shirt example from earlier, or just your general shopping habits, the factories won out in the end. This movement was known as the Luddites, or the followers of Ned Ludd. The word Luddite has since shifted meaning over time and is now understood as someone who is against technological development. The Luddites, though, were not against technology. They were against how it was implemented and the consequences of its rollout. they were skeptical that the shitty cloth that the power loom produced would be a net benefit to society because it meant that customers would inevitably have to buy their clothes over and over again, turning a one-time purchase into a subscription. And nowadays, countries like the UK treat many forms of weaving as an endangered skill where there are no new apprentices taking up that skill, and the people who have the skill are getting old, and it very well could be lost to time. All that remains of that expertise is now contained in R&D departments of the companies that produce the next generations of power looms and whatever heritage craft practitioners remain. Remember the Apollo program that let us travel to the moon. It was mostly powered by the Rocketdyne F1 engine. We have all the technical specifications to build that rocket again. We know all the parts you need, all the machining you have to do, and roughly understand how it would be done. But we can't build another one because all the finesse that had been built up around manufacturing it no longer exists. Society has moved on, and we don't have expertise in the tools they used to make it happen. What we are losing in the process, we won't know until it's long gone. And it might seem crazy, but the exact same thing can happen in the development world as well. The industry only ever seems to want to hire people with the word senior in their title. I'm sure you've all seen the junior job applications where it's like, oh, you need 5 or 10 years of experience. If you have 10 years of experience, you should be in a senior title by then. You should not be applying for a junior position. They almost never want to create people with the word senior in their title. This is kind of concerning for me. People get old and no longer want to or are able to work. People get sick and become disabled. Accidental deaths happen and remove people from the workforce. This is the state of old languages like COBOL, where basically there's COBOL code out there and somebody needs to maintain it. But there's very few new developers who are learning COBOL as a language, and very few people who are going to be maintaining that code. And a lot of those people are very close to retirement. Now, the problem is if you do accept getting the COBOL code out of that language, now you've lost yourself a guaranteed position. The non-conspiratorial angle for why this is happening is that money isn't free anymore, and R&D salaries are no longer taxable business expenses in the US, so software jobs that don't produce significant value are more risky to the company. So of course they'd steal the future to save today. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? However, this has been happening for a long time, and this is nothing new whatsoever. The thing that's speeding up the problem, though, and is very much going to become an issue, is generative AI agents. I am not entirely opposed to AI. I want to be clear about this, but the lack of consideration for how you're going to handle a development studio when you want to replace the majority of the team with AI, and a lot of places are very much considering this. What happens when those senior people end up retiring? Like, how do you replace them? And what do you do with the code that may not be perfect when those senior people aren't looking at the code anymore? This started out innocently enough. It was just better ways to fill in the blanks of your code. I remember early on, it was basically just more powerful autocomplete. So it could generate a skeleton of an object for you, and then you can fill in everything you need. But this has ballooned and developed from better autocomplete to the point where you can just assign issues to GitHub Copilot and have the issue magically solved for you in a pull request. Now, what's more likely to happen is it to magically generate a problem and then solve that problem. Prime example of that is this comment from Daniel Stenberg, the creator of curl. He was giving feedback to GitHub on Copilot, and he got it to just generate a security vulnerability that doesn't exist. It made up a lot of nonsense about it, 100-line description that didn't exist, and asked the AI model for an essay and to get a possible result in 15 minutes. It's really, really good at writing a lot of text, that I will say. And the keyword there is possible. going to have to steal that one as well, and that's how I'm going to describe myself from now on. One of the things that I want to imprint on people is that programming is a skill you can gain, and you too can both program things and learn how to program things. I want there to be more programmers out there. What I'm about to say is not an attempt to gatekeep the skill and craft of computing. However, the ways the proponents of vibe coding are going about it are simply not the way forward to a sustainable future. I know there are people out there that say things like, oh, I can't program, I'm not smart enough to program. And yes, there are absolutely people who do not have the mental capacity to program. That is 100% the truth. That is a very, very tiny amount of the population, though. And most people, if they're willing to sit down, learn the syntax, learn how to think through problems, absolutely can program. The truth is a lot of people are just lazy and looking for an excuse not to program. About a year ago, Cognition teased an AI product named Devon, a completely automated software engineer. You'd assign Devon tasks in Slack or Jira, it would spin off a virtual machine and plot its way through fixing whatever you asked it to. This demo deeply terrified me, as it was nearly
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and about a few days ago, I made a video about
Wow.
YouTube's insane comment box, and this is actually a follow-up. YouTube actually did respond to.
Wow. Crazy, crazy.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and about a few days ago, I made a video about YouTube's insane comment box, and this is actually a follow-up. YouTube actually did respond to this entire situation, and I kind of wanted to talk about it for a long time, and very rarely do you get like specialized correspondence, right? Very rarely do you get like the contact from YouTube's team that isn't either like your video's been demonetized or your video's been hit with an age restriction. Now, I ended up getting this important message from YouTube, their partner support, and they reached out to me on behalf of the community outreach team, okay? And they actually brought up that video, the YouTube comment box or posting CP. Now, inside that, they also said that the video that I made got age restricted. And if you ever want to know what an age restriction does to a video, if the video is doing really well, as soon as you get age restricted, gets hit right in the algorithm, doesn't exist. It effectively is smiting. Now, I think the cynical part of me could probably sit here and say, YouTube shut down any criticism. Ooh, they're hiding stuff. Now, I get it. YouTube videos get age restricted, I guess. And, I've kind of learned to accept them. Again, it just comes with the territory. Like I said, this isn't a job of mine. So, whether the video does really well, which that video really did, got about 500,000 views before it ended up getting age restricted. But let's say that it hadn't. I think it did its job, right? It raised enough awareness for people to not think that this was some under the rug joke. Now, for anybody that doesn't know, there's a problem with YouTube comment sections right now where as soon as a video gets uploaded, one of the top things that you'll see, like immediately, no matter who you really are, it feels like the first 100 to 200 comments that show up on a video are entirely posted by spam, by bots. And normally, I wouldn't make a video on this if the bots were just goofy and jokey, because sometimes you'll come into a video and it's like, oh my God, they'll post some stupid chain letter nonsense that you can laugh at. Or they can just say, oh, this guy sucks, I'm better, yada, 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 yada. But in the last, I would say a year almost, especially in the last few months, it feels like this entire situation is ramped up to an insane degree. Because a lot of the profiles and a lot of the communities that are now sharing this kind of stuff, it's not that they're, posting, slightly racist things or anything of that nature in the comment section. It's that sometimes you go to their profile pictures and it goes to Discord servers or off-platform links that take you to sites that are actually where some really illegal stuff happens. And it was worth making a video on because honestly, it's better to call this out now than have like some mainstream news service call this out down the road and effectively, put YouTube in a really, really rough spot. Okay. It's better that the platform self-polices rather than, they don't do a thing and then eventually it becomes a big deal, down the road when, again, someone picks it up that's outside the scope of YouTube. And generally speaking, you should be speaking up and reporting about this stuff as much as you can, because letting it just sweep under the rug is never helping. It never really addresses the problem. Now, when I made that video, one thing that I have to kind of clarify is obviously even somebody on a Reddit came in and was like, are you doing anything illegal by going down these rabbit holes? And I have to just straight up say, in my entire career on YouTube, I have never, even accidentally come across, illegal material on the internet. Generally speaking, what you do is anytime you find something like, for instance, let's say that you're on, your search engine and this Wikipedia page for the word white, right? If you feel that this link contains something illegal, it's not impossible for you to copy that link address and immediately paste it into the FBI cyber tips tool or the relevant authority, okay? Generally speaking, you don't have to view anything illegal to report it. In fact, it's better you don't do that because you don't want to be, consuming any of this kind of content. You don't want to be saving it to your computer, God forbid, just for the purposes of uploading it for a report tool. You can just provide relevant law enforcement agencies or even like YouTube just a link, which is precisely what I did with this letter that they sent me. So anyways, when YouTube responded, they said that protecting minors is of the utmost importance to us. Our specialists are carefully reviewing the claims in your video and taking action accordingly. To which obviously I also reach out and am in the midst of providing them as much information as I can about anything that I talked about in that video. And to which YouTube's like, yes, we get it. You're dedicated to keeping the platform safe, as I think everyone is. Now to go back to the point, when you're covering stuff, you don't have to view anything illegal. Again, the whole concept is you just tell these people that this is the breadcrumb trail, this is where you go on to. Now in that video about a few days ago that I made, I talked about some entities that I still will not name in this video because it doesn't really help naming anything. A lot of the evidence that I saw that came out of it was just a cursory glance, looking at, a lot of these platforms and looking at the kind of posts they would make. And anytime that they would show a post, they would have like a title of the post and then the author and so on and so forth, like a standard Zen 4.0 forum page, right? And if somebody in a forum thread says that, they're posting something illegal, you don't have to click into the thread and possibly see something wrong. You should just be able to report it at that point in really good faith. And looking more into the site's history, looking more into the people that were, looking into the platforms, the off-platform behavior, the off-platform sites that were linked to from these Discord servers and YouTube groups that were posting these comment bots, that off-platform site was also targeted by plenty of their hosters and constantly is a site that goes up and down just simply because, them not wanting to, remove any links to illegal material. It is generally one of the darker parts of the internet, and it's all done entirely in the clear web, right? It's one of the things, even with like dark web videos, like when I did dark web browsing pretty actively, there was a point where I just had to stop because, for me, finding interesting websites to show you was becoming an impossibility. And a lot of the places that I would source these websites from were link lists that would constantly be updated with new links that a search crawler on the dark web would find. Now, sometimes you'll come across an onion address, like for instance, this has library FY. Sometimes you'll come across a name of a girl, right? Like I've come across names of, I don't know, let's just use a fake one for the sake of privacy and everything. Sarah, right? Let's say you come across Sarah, blank, 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 .onion. There's a pretty good chance that clicking on it is going to send you to a website that's landing page consists of illegal material. And usually if you're on the deep web and you look at that link and look at its name, it's a pretty good chance that 99% of it, you should avoid clicking on it to begin with, right? That's a one example that I can give you. Illegal content does exist on the deep web, and for the longest time, I have admitted to not browsing the deep web for weekly videos because sometimes all the content for that week or 2 weeks was really just cataloged to be illegal content. It's sort of the one thing, as this gains popularity and with the anonymity of it, people are going to be making web pages like this. This kind of content doesn't just exclusively exist on the deep web. You can find a lot of this content, unfortunately, on very common websites. You'll even be able to find it on Twitter, on Reddit, if left unmoderated. You'll be able to find it on Discord. You'll be able to find it on any social media network that allows random people to upload all the time. Okay, so the fact that these websites exist, this is a truly negative section of the deep web, but they get taken off really quick. In fact, I'm actually going to be of understanding that there are people that work exclusively against these individuals. So law enforcement can't come in pretty quick to deal with this kind of stuff. And in some cases, it may be likely that even law enforcement is running this to entrap individuals and to actually get them to commit illegal crimes, or at least come forward so that they can arrest them. Basically a fucking honeypot at this point, if that makes sense. Disgusting website where the most illegal material is being openly shared. Now, again, I'm just going to say for the record, I haven't opened up any of their image threads, but being that they're so brazenly talking about it, I have no reason not to believe that illegal stuff is being shared. But the fact that it's being done so openly, and they're just trying to get people to jump onto it, and it'd be one thing if this was in the darkest corner of the internet. But the fact that these people are pipelining individuals from YouTube and other large social networks, that needs to stop. Now, I think that, there's a lot of cynicism that people have, like, oh, YouTube's just doing this to cover their ass, or YouTube's, demonetizing or age restricting a video. Basically been reduced down to a few clips. That's when it's actually really, really scary. And ultimately, I'm glad that YouTube's kind of at least taken it a little bit seriously. They've actually responded to this. And, I will always do my part to assist YouTube as best as I can. Again, I always want to say when you're investigating this kind of stuff, you never want to go too deep into the rabbit hole. You just want to talk about the stuff from a, logical perspective. You want to report any link you can, report the names of any groups you can to law enforcement agencies, or specifically the platform like YouTube in this instance where you see it being offended. Because generally speaking, you don't want to ruin an investigation. You don't vigilante that ultimately ruins the entire case down the road for when these people eventually do get the feds showing up at their door to stop them. There's one thing that I've always kind of talked about. I brought this up years ago, but one of the interesting tools that you can use right now is actually this one Reddit place called r/traceanobject. And a great way to end this video off is basically showing you that there are entire communities you can join where, again, law enforcement agencies post these case files and images or hashes from actual cases they're investigating. So they'll post things like, can you guys identify these logos on t-shirts? And again, they might be hard to tell, but it's an entire community who sits down, basically analyzes everything they can in truly autistic internet Redditor mystery mode. And once they're identify what these things are, law enforcement agencies effectively have leads to go off of. And if they have a legitimate lead, it's far more helpful than you trying to go into the weeds yourself and being the internet assist or internet vigilante, which is what I guess you could say rough communities on the internet like 4chan or any of these groups, you know, when they consider you to be a bad apple, you really are kind of a bad fucking apple. You know what I mean? You really are probably one of the worst people out there. But yeah, I think it was worth, like, it's good to see YouTube kind of respond to it, to take it a little bit seriously. And I'll take as many age restrictions as I guess I'm going to be handed on a silver platter. If it means that, and I hope, you know, a few months down the road, this level of insanely illegal, you know, comment bots on YouTube eventually, you know, face the axe. You know, if YouTube can see this problem, you know, a year from now and adjust their tools accordingly to stop this, I think I can consider that shit to be the biggest win. One of the biggest wins that I've ever seen on my YouTube channel career at all. Okay. Because ultimately, look, I can handle a lot of stupid comment bots. Like I can handle, you know, chain mails. I can handle even a little bit of racism towards me on the site. Like it doesn't. That to me is just part of being on the internet. I can handle a little bit of raunchiness. But when I see the bots, okay, when I see a concerted effort being organized from people that are willingly just spreading some of the most illegal stuff around, I think at that point, not just as a creator, but I think as just somebody that's like an internet citizen, an internet person, probably should be speaking up against it. And it should definitely not be happening on like a tier 1 site like YouTube, where it is probably, I think, one of the most visited websites in the world. And if it's not, it's like the second visited website right after Google. Insane stuff. But I wanted to talk about it, give you a little update. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mutahar, and I'm out. Hello, guys and gals, me, Mutahar, and about a few.
So the Tor Project sent out a letter on May 29th that was full of deception. And that's what we're talking about today. Why? Who actually cares? Well, the actual issue is if you can't trust them to tell you the truth with a simple newsletter, then what can you actually trust them with? Now, for a bit of context, this will be my 4th video on this subject. However, this one will be pretty short compared to the other ones. And I've released 3 videos exposing the Tor Project's various failures, which is really unfortunate. The first was Tor browser's latest update to get you fingerprinted, which was released April 22nd, and it showed basically via their own developer statements their removal of OS spoofing protection. 2 weeks later, on May 6th, I released 411 months Tor let users think that they were safe, which revealed the broken security slider. The third, for 9 years, Tor ignored Princeton's proof BGP attacks can unmask millions of users, essentially showed their infrastructure vulnerabilities, and the fact that Princeton University had actually discussed mitigation techniques like 9 years prior to that. Now, combined, these videos reached almost 250,000 viewers who really just deserve to know the truth. Now, let's actually pivot for a minute and go to the actual newsletter that I mentioned. Here, we can see that it says, "Don't worry, it's here to stay." There's been some online speculation and confusion around OS spoofing in Tor browser as a result of Tor browser's latest stable release. Let's be clear, OS spoofing has never gone away, and it is here to stay. So let's address each deception individually. And I'll start with the most vague and then get to the actual serious lie. Addressing the kind of nonsensical and propagandist, citation of online speculation and confusion, there was no speculation. Nor was there any real confusion. Many of you already know this because in those 3 videos, 2,316 of you actually commented. Here's the actual speculation. Their developer stating we turn off spoofing OS. And here's the confusion part. Their actual developer stating remove the relevant machinery from Firefox altogether. They're basically calling their own documentation decision speculation. Outright Live, you can find where they say OS spoofing has never gone anywhere. Developer documentation actually proves they removed it entirely. This isn't even a question. Thanks to users who actually trust them. They say here to stay when they actually removed the code in April of 2025. 1 month later, they claim that it's here to stay. The code is gone. It's the feature is gone. Now, that's not me guessing that it's gone. Their own developers explicitly documented actually removing it. On October 2024, developer Thornton opens issue 43170 stating privacy-resistant fingerprinting spoofing user agent headers should be false in Tor browser 14 plus. The original intent of 42647 was that we turn off spoofing OS. Did you catch that one? Turn off spoofing OS. That's their words, right? That's not improve or modify, it's turn off. And when you turn off the light, is the light still there? I think so. In April of 2025, developer Morgan implemented the removal in issue 43189 when he said, with 43170, we're no longer spoofing user agents in any of our browsers. We can therefore remove the relevant machinery from Firefox altogether. Now, to be clear, they stopped faking the operating system part of the user agent, where everyone used to appear as a Windows user. Now your real OS actually shows through. And we'll cover more detail of this in a minute, but Morgan basically confirms that they removed the entire machinery that made this protection even possible to begin. Here's what actually proves their actual deception. Developer Pierre admits privacy-resist fingerprint spoof OS and user agent handler is still in our prefs file, even though we ripped out the code. Think about that. They left a setting that does nothing, leaving a light switch on, like the wall, after removing the wiring. Users might flip that switch, thinking they're protected, but nothing actually happens. It's a dummy switch, right? The protection is completely gone, even though the illusion remains. And the newsletter continues with calculated misdirection, I might add, when it says, Tor browser has always limited user agents to general categories. Windows, Mac OS, Linux or Android in JavaScript, and Windows or Android in HTTP headers. That means we spoof the OS version and architecture, which was always the approach in JavaScript. It's consistent in HTTP headers too. Okay, so let's decode this. Harmonization lie. Here's what actually happened. Before their change, there were 2 ways that websites could actually detect your operating system, mainly. One was through JavaScript, when enabled, which could see your real OS, and through HTTP headers, the basic information your browser sends to every single website, which Tor spoofed to show everyone as a Windows user, right? So this meant if you disabled JavaScript, say for security, which most people who want security do, you were protected. And the HTTP headers still hid your real OS. Everyone looked like a Windows user in the server logs. And they removed that protection, and now HTTP headers reveal your real operating system, just like JavaScript does. If you're on Linux, the server sees Linux. If you're on Mac, the server sees Mac. And they took away the protection that basically mattered the most and the one that worked when users did everything right and called it harmonization. Now, to be fair, look at different sides of this argument. They'll probably argue, like their defenders at Privacy Guides did, that CSS could detect your OS anyways. But that's nonsense. CSS-based OS detection is speculative at best and pretty much hit or miss guesswork based on things like scroll bar widths. Like HTTP headers are precise, right? Permanent records that actually say this user runs Linux. Like almost definitively, right? Now, there's a massive difference between maybe we can guess your OS through some CSS tricks that might or might not work, and your OS is permanently logged in plain text on every server you visit every time you visit it. They know this. They removed the protection anyways because they wanted to. They basically redefined OS spoofing to hide what they actually did. And again, remember, previously, OS spoofing meant all users appeared as Windows, regardless of the actual operating system. That's what provided the anonymity and made it hard to be fingerprinted. Everyone looked identical, and if everyone had the same fingerprint, it made them, like, obviously harder to fingerprint. So they're calling version spoofing now OS spoofing. Like, version spoofing hides whether you're on Windows 10 or Windows 11. OS spoofing hid whether you were Windows user, Linux user, or Mac, and the entirety of the OS. These are fundamentally different protections that we're actually talking about. And before their change, again, server logs showed everyone as a Windows user. I really want to emphasize that, and I know I'm beating that dead horse, but it's important. After the change, Linux users showed as Linux. Mac users showed as Mac. They fragmented the anonymity set, and then they lied about it. And that's my beef. Like, so now, like, watch, they'll try to defend this with some, like, technicality in between, like, their panhandling posts that they make where they beg for tens of thousands of dollars. They'll say the preference still exists in the about config. Sure, a dead preference. That does nothing because they ripped out the code. Their words, their developers' words. They claim they're still doing OS spoofing because they hide the version numbers. Like, I mean, that's like saying that you're wearing a disguise because you put on clown shoes, but nothing else. It's laughably stupid. They'll argue that JavaScript already revealed your OS anyways. So what? With JavaScript disabled, which security conscious users do, HTTP headers were the kind of last line of defense. And now that's gone too. So server logs permanently record your real OL, but ask any serious investigator if they care about a piece of identifying information that adds uniqueness to the target. And they'll point to their September 2024 blog post as proof that they actually announced it. They had a passing singular mention in a alpha release blog that nobody reads. And this was, in my opinion, for plausible deniability. I can't factually state that, but that's my contention. These developers making six figures couldn't tweet about removing a core privacy feature, nor could the marketing team, apparently, but they can beg continually on social media for you to fund them when the feds are not giving them millions of dollars. Now, when confronted in the comments of the first video that I put out there, they claimed that proposals for this change were introduced in September of 2024 with the Tor browser 14.0A4 release, calling on the Tor community to provide feedback. We received very little feedback and implemented the change. They buried the change in the alpha release notes and GitLab tickets and then blamed users for not actually finding it. And this goes, beyond reading terms of service agreement or even release notes, and none of that anyone actually reads. Like, we both know that. They legit expected people to go to their GitLab and read developer conversations, thousands of pages to know what's actually going on when they post regularly on multiple social media accounts. The real agenda appears in Thornton's own words from issue 43170. We are meant to discourage users from changing settings in the About config. By adding a switch, you are allowing entropy to increase, which is antithetical to the mission. My intent, and has been for years, is not to spoof the OS in Linux Mac, not to add a pref for users to fiddle with. Right? They view user choice as antithetical to their mission, is what they're telling you. They don't want users to have preferences to fiddle with. Like not allowing people to modify settings in a browser that those same people fund. Like if you're a US citizen anyway and pay taxes, you're a donor. That's what it is. Or if you're a donor from another country, you're still paying for it. Like keep in mind the guy that's actually saying this makes well over $100,000 a year to do this job and works in the comfort of his own home. And here you see an ad for developer position. And this is an entry level position, it seems like. So most likely the devs that are actually talking about taking away user choice and make a lot more money. Anyway, another developer actually warned about the consequences before implementation, saying that my concern is passive fingerprinting in case of server seizure. The server logs can reveal more information about the user to the adversary. No one answered him. They just left him on scene. When markets get seized or hidden services get compromised, that data absolutely helps identify users. Privacy guys tried chirping in and running damage control for the Tor project, claiming that there's still spoofing going on. It's just 4 different buckets instead of 1. 4 means segregation, not spoofing. So before, there was 1 group. Everyone appeared as being on Windows. And after, it's 4 groups. So clearly labeled by OS, like they're categorizing users instead of protecting them, which was my point. Like they also claimed, privacy guys, that HTTPS prevents the issue. And HTTPS prevents network interception, sure, but not server logging, moron. Like when servers get seized, logs contain OS fingerprints, regardless of HTTPS. But like, here's what actually makes this excuse so pathetic. Most onion sites run HTTP, not HTTPS. And don't answer this, but how many people do you know that download Tor browser to watch YouTube videos? Or make a Reddit account, considering the fact you can't, it's not going to be a lot, right? So, I mean the latter. If we're on Jeopardy, I'd say, what is, Tor hidden services, right? Like, did they forget that onion sites actually exist? You're downloading the Tor browser. What are those access? Okay, let's put that to the side for a minute. We'll just forget about it. They didn't need HTTPS because Tor already provides end-to-end encryption to hidden services, right? So their HTTPS solves this argument is completely meaningless. It's nonsense. So for the very services where anonymity matters most, darknet markets, whistleblower sites, hidden services, right? Privacy Guides absolutely knows this, but spread this nonsensical misinformation. And this isn't their actual first time trying to pull this kind of nonsense either. In June of 2024, Graphene OS actually had to call out Privacy Guide's leader for spreading lies about their product, claiming they marketed to criminals. Graphene OS called it a thoroughly dishonest attempt to harm them. Seems Privacy Guides has a pattern of attacking actual privacy products while defending those who do things like remove privacy features. Okay, so we move on, right? But look at who Tor thanks in their newsletter. On a related note, We'd like to thank Privacy Guides for spearheading a productive discussion around a flaw in Tor browser's security slider. Privacy Guides, the same nonprofit that defended Tor OS spoofing removal, saying that classification was spoofing, can't make this up, in the video comments, claiming that, quote, the risk for people or niche OSs has not significantly changes when it absolutely did. Like my security slider video reached 68,000 people and almost 900 of you actually commented, exposing this kind of 11-month vulnerability that existed. And of course, they didn't want to talk about this channel in that newsletter. But they definitely wanted to thank their defenders. But both organizations are nonprofits. I get it, dude. 3 videos later with 239,000 views, combined views anyways, and over 2,300 comments, they can't really claim ignorance anymore, though. 68 users responded directly to their pinned comment in that first video, and the Tor project never bothered to respond to a single one. Said they posted damage control and basically ran away. The timeline really shows everything. October of 2024, they made the decision to remove OS spoofing. April of 2025, there was implementation and code removal. And then April 22nd of 2025 was my first video exposing their change. And May 29th of 2025 was the newsletter that was actually lying about it. Lying about it. So 7 months after deciding to remove it, 1 month after implementing it, and 5 weeks after getting exposed, they sent a newsletter claiming it was never removed. They literally state OS spoofing has never gone anywhere, while their developers documented removing it entirely, which you saw. They claim it's here to stay after ripping it out. The Tor project deliberately deceived users rather than just admit what they did. They removed privacy features, then they lied about it in an official communication. My advice would be to stop donating to projects that lie about their actions. Stop trusting newsletters that contradict developer documentation. Stop believing organizations that treat user choice as a threat. The newsletter proves that they'll rather deceive users than actually tell the truth about anything. So, as always, thanks for watching to the end, and I'll see you in the next video.
Something's going on with malware this week and we need to talk about it. I've got a handful of examples just from the last few days of either your browser extensions turning into malware, your mobile apps turning into malware, or even your IDE coding extensions turning into malware. These were all legitimate apps that did what they said they were going to do when you downloaded them, and then at some point, it turned into malware. Across these few stories, we had millions of people that had malware on their machine that just a few moments ago, that same piece of code was not malware. This isn't exactly a new pattern, but it's obviously a growing trend, and it's really hard to defend against. Because even if you do all of the right things and review something before you install it, it's going to pass that sniff check. And then at some point in the future, its behavior is going to completely change. Let's look at a few of these and look at the dates on every article I pull up. This was 3 days ago. Recording this July 11th. I'm a little frustrated that this article is very obviously written entirely by ChatGPT, but we can pull the valuable stuff out here. This one had 18 different browser extensions were marked as trusted in the App Store. They cumulatively had 2.3 million downloads across Chrome and Edge. Hundreds of reviews saying that, yeah, this is good, it does what it says it does. And if we come down to the heading that I'm talking about today, the malware wasn't there until it was. Sticking with browser extensions. Again, July 6th, just a few days ago, homie of mine, John Tuckner over at Secure Annex, talked about Melodrama turning browsers into request brokers. users. This is actually even stranger because it's a package that developers can add to their browser extensions to help them monetize their extension, and doing so effectively turning that browser extension into malware and shooting themselves in the foot, because if they added this package to their extension, they're probably getting removed from the app store. Get into switching to mobile apps. There's this research paper that came out about the Anatsa malware. It's a full device takeover Trojan. And a lot of times when I read these headlines about these kind of banking Trojans, I see like, oh, banking Trojan, it's 90,000 users with a big app. I've covered a lot of stories like this. It's generally like a side-loading the official Play Store. It targets like Eastern Europe, Southeast Asia. There was one in Thailand I covered earlier in the year that it was like a government app. Social engineering campaign. It was a fake government app, basically saying, hey, you got to sideload this app to like do a DMV type thing to drive. So when I saw this headline, I figured it was going to be something like that. But no, going back to this research paper, when I clicked on the actual research paper, it says North America is the target. This is US and Canada, and it's actually in the Google Play Store. But once again, it was a legitimate app, some sort of like PDF file reader type thing that eventually turned into malware. And then one more example, again, this is July 8th. This is a few days ago. I'm like, what is going on? This is a VS Code extension that people installed. It's called ETH code that was then compromised by someone submitting a pull request to it. So this was like a supply chain attack. The attacker was targeting the users of this extension. They opened a pull request against stuff in the code, but they snuck in some malware. So this legitimate extension became malware for its users. All right, let's dive in deeper into each of these. Those are the stories I'm going to cover, but I want to show you exactly what went on in all of them and how to protect against this. So like I said, this article, a little, ChatGPT heavy, but we're going to do what we can with it. So the initial one that set this researcher off was this color picker tool in the Chrome Web Store. A lot of time, Chrome extensions, you can go watch some of my other videos about malicious Chrome extensions. Chrome extensions have very broad permissions sometimes to every website that you visit, every tab that you open. They sometimes have permission to open new tabs on your behalf. And a lot of them need those permissions to do what they say they're going to do. The example I always pick is something like an RSS reader. It's going to need the permission that looks scary when you look at the permissions. It says it's going to be able to access the data on all websites and tabs. Because if you want to invoke that extension on a website that has an RSS feed, it's going to need permission to all of the sites that you go to that might have an RSS feed. So scary permission needed for legitimate purposes. When I say that, you should hear it's useless to tell users to not install extensions with those kinds of permissions. Useless advice. A lot of extensions need those permissions to just operate the way that they legitimately need to. All right, so this is like a color picker something or other extension. It had these broad permissions. It had a hijacking mechanism that activates every time you navigate to a new page. So the malicious code that the researcher is calling out here looks at every URL that you visited. This extension is going to check it and it's going to send the URL that you're currently looking at to its remote attacker server. Then what I'm guessing happens is based on the URL that it sees that you're going to, it has a pile of attacks that it knows that it can give you. So if you're going to Zoom and it knows that it has a fake Zoom update package that it can give you, it can then redirect you to not the legitimate Zoom site, but their fake Zoom site with the malicious update. The problem is this extension worked as a proper color picker for I don't even know how long. It says sometimes years. I don't know how long in each of these extensions examples, but then in some update in the future, and a lot of these things are auto-updated, no phishing, no social engineering, yep, got it. It's like this extension did what it said it was going to do, auto-updated, now had this whole like URL, watch your traffic, redirect you to malware. So here's the to-do list from the researcher on what you should do. We're going to go through the list of extensions that it found that was doing this malicious behavior. This is on Chrome and Edge specifically. So we're going to have to remove that, clear all your browser data, obviously run some sort of malware scan if you fell for like the Zoom update thing. And like, let's just make sure that you don't have any weird extensions installed with big permissions. I know I just said this is useless advice, but if you're not using something and it's got these broad permissions, you might as well remove it, remove the attack surface. All right, so here's the list of different extensions. So let me get it out of the way so you guys can like screenshot this if you want to. I'm going to include the link to this research in the description below. But here you go. This is the full list of the extensions that they determined had this malware in it. So we've got like an emoji keyboard, we've got a free weather forecast one,
speed controller, unlock Discord VPN, proxy VPN, the color picker, as we said, and then just an app called Web. Those are the Chrome ones. In Edge, a lot of them look and sound similar. Unlock TikTok, volume booster, web sound equalizer, header value, flash player, games emulator. Oh boy, that actually sounds fun. I guess field flash games. YouTube unblock, search GPT, and unlock Discord. And here's some indicators of compromise. So I'm guessing these are the URLs that they were calling out to with your information, or some of the URLs that maybe they were hosting malware on. So these are just some other indicators that you can check in your logs to see if any of your users were using any of these malicious apps. All right, to stay in browser extension land before we move to the mobile app one or the code IDE. So this one, Secure Annex puts out. If you guys don't follow this blog, Tucker does a lot of browser extension research. He puts a lot of good stuff out on his blog. Check it out. So this one a little bit different, right? Because it's not like a traditional malware situation. This is developers that are trying to monetize maybe their otherwise unmonetized browser extensions with this include called Mellowtail. It's a library that pays browser extension developers to include itself in that browser extension in exchange for the unused bandwidth of its users. And again, the theme of the video is this can be added by developers to a legitimate extension seamlessly, no notification to the user. This is just an include of a library. It doesn't change the functionality of the extension at all. The users, unless they're watching their network traffic, wouldn't even notice that this happened. So one of the sites that they use to illustrate the concept is this extension called Idle Forest. So you're like opting in to like, oh, when my browser is idle, go do something. But then the weird thing that kind of feels a little malware-y is when you enable it, it doesn't do anything for a long time. As John points out here, this is generally to avoid some sort of behavioral alarm of, oh, I just installed this extension. Maybe someone is reviewing the behavior of this extension right now because they just installed it. So maybe they do have the developer tools open in their browser, and they are looking at the network tab to see what calls this thing is making. I know that was part of my team's responsibilities at the past couple jobs I've had. Someone at the company wanted to install a new extension into their browser. The security team needed to review it, we would install it, check the permissions, see what it behaved like, whatever. So what this is doing is being installed and say, yep, it's installed, and then not doing anything for a long time. There's like a delay built in, and eventually it activates, creates a WebSocket channel with an AWS Lambda function, and sending some device information about your device, location, bandwidth available, status, whatever it is. I'll include all these links in the description if you want to read the code and see what they found as they were reverse engineering this. But then what it does is it loads an iframe invisibly and starts visiting websites. So if you're currently browsing Facebook or whatever, it's going to inject a hidden iframe and start visiting these websites that the server that it reached out to said, hey, here's a list of websites that I want you to go to. What it's doing is actually web scraping these things. So the service worker is going to parse the website that it loaded in a hidden iframe on your browser and then package some information back up and ship it back home. As this research points out, this would break a lot of common protections that are built into your browser or the websites that you're visiting. Things like content security policy or X-frame options. These are things that websites you visit are going to set in your browser. Content security policy is going to say, hey, this website can only call out to this list of domains, basically stopping things like cross-site scripting, which is going to say, oh, I'm going to reach out to this website, pull in some malicious JavaScript, steal some information. Content security policy stops that. But this isn't a cross-site scripting vulnerability we're talking about. This is a browser extension. So the code being run by Mellowtail is in your browser. So it has permission to strip these things. The library dynamically modifies rules, and it will remove security headers from web server responses in order for it to make its request to scrape whatever the website that it's trying to scrape. This research goes one step further beyond the code. It starts figuring out who the founders and the employees of this whole Mellowtail system are, and actually finds that they're also behind another company that claims to be the world's most reliable and cost-effective web scraping API. Users of this Olostep tool are going to submit websites that they would scrape to that otherwise maybe have some like bot protection or something like that, or maybe they're blocked from VPNs or data centers. So they need like real users' browsers to go scrape them. Well, so then someone pays Olostep to scrape the website. Olostep passes that website off to Mellowtail, which has literally a botnet of browser extensions with users that don't even know that they're doing this, and their browsers are used to scrape it and pass it back to Olostep. The problems here should be obvious, right? For users, your browser is doing something you didn't intend it to do. You installed an extension. You had no idea this whole Mellowtail thing exists. For companies, if you did a security review of a Chrome extension for your users. You approved it. It all of a sudden then had Mellotel brought into it. Now all of a sudden, a company like HoloStep has access to things that your employees might be the only people that have access to. You know, things that like your employees would need to be on network or on VPN to actually get to. Well, now this browser extension is allowing access to those internal sites via your employees' web browsers as kind of a proxy. Not to mention, in order to function, it needs to remove things that are otherwise keeping you, if you're just a user listening to this, or if you're on a security team, your users are being kept safe by things like content security policy. But this thing is new. All right, moving off of browser extensions for a second, because I just can't believe that this is happening all in the same week, all in the same kind of way, shape, and smell. We've got this mobile app on the Google Play Store, absolutely verified, called Document Viewer File Reader. If we go look at some stats, I don't know how accurate these stats are, but to be estimated from this Sensor Tower site, this app has something like 90,000 downloads. And we've got this Anasta malware that develops a legitimate extension and developer profile in the App Store, uploads a new app, like a PDF reader in this case, Document Viewer. They also said they've seen phone cleaners or file managers or some sort of generic tool. Works entirely legitimately. Once it gains substantial user base, often in the tens of thousands, an update is deployed embedding malicious code into the app. These updates are scrutinized way less by the App Store than the initial upload. In Google Play, that initial upload isn't super scrutinized either. You don't see as much malware popping up in the Apple App Store because it takes a lot longer to get an app into the iOS App Store. But even in that case, I'm not sure how much scrutiny updates get, especially after 10,000 plus users. So this new update downloads the Anasta onto the device as a separate application. And then Anasta does all the nasty malware stuff like credential theft, key logging, account takeovers, or fully automated fraudulent transactions. I'm guessing if they have that capability with the kinds of financial institutions you do business with or apps that you have installed and logged in. One of the sneaky ways that it does this like whole banking Trojan thing is, okay, it got the malware on the device via this other previously legitimate app. But then when you actually go to open your banking app, it does this thing where it'll do like an overlay over their banking application. This time it said scheduled maintenance. We're currently enhancing our services. We will have everything back up and running shortly. But really, this is just hiding the malicious activity going on behind the scenes and hoping the users don't call their bank to be like, hey, something weird happened. And then finally, again, I just can't believe it, in the same week, this one is a VS Code extension. It's called ETH Code. You can check it out on the Microsoft Store, the Visual Studio Store. Over 6,000 downloads, not like the widest used extension ever, but you can tell that this is obviously super targeted at developers in the crypto space. This is all about Ethereum.
Have a great day.
VS Code extension that helps with Ethereum smart contract development. It's compromised via GitHub pull request. Who remembers that XZUtils pull request that almost took down the entire internet? I mean, geez, it even has its own Wikipedia page. So this attack, very similar to the XZUtils one, a little bit of a shorter game, and obviously only 6,000 downloads. Some crypto developers, not XZUtils, which is installed in all Linux distros and would have backdoored the entire internet. Still, let's see what happened. The tactic was very, very similar. So we have a GitHub account, a GitHub user that opened a pull request onto this ETH Code GitHub repo. And they were like, hey, I'm here. I'm just doing a whole bunch of modernization. Look at all the helpful stuff I'm doing for you. And this is what happened in XZUtils, just over a much longer game, not just one pull request. There was a developer that was helping the XZUtils developer for months, legitimately helping them. Turns out that was a nation-state threat actor that was just gaining trust over months and then snuck in the back door. This one, all in one shot, didn't need the long game. One PR, look at all the helpful stuff I'm going to do. And this is interesting. It's like, hey, look, I added a testing framework for you. I saw you didn't do that. Hey, you were using a couple old versions of things, so I upgraded them. I even fixed a few security flaws for you. Like I updated things to the most secure version. At first glance, if you reviewed every line of code in this pull request, you would also see that they all look legitimately helpful, except for one thing. And this is why it was pretty sneaky. So we brought in a new package, and they even named the package on brand with the target. So this was a very targeted attack. So the new package is called Ethereum Utils. They even incremented the versions a few times. So it's not just version 0.1 or whatever. So if you reviewed every line of code in that PR, it would all look okay. But what they snuck in was this package. So if you didn't go review this package's code, you would have never seen the sneaky thing. So they just added the package to the package.json, required it, and instantiated it in some file along the way, actually invoked the dependency. And then even if you did go review the thing, apparently it was obfuscated JavaScript anyway. So these researchers at Reversing Labs had to actually not only find that, but then de-obfuscate the malware. And I'm having trouble zooming around this one to show you it. But basically it opens up a PowerShell curl and then reaches out for a batch file that is its actual malware. So you can see here, the de-obfuscated code spawns a hidden PowerShell that downloads and runs a batch script from a public file hosting service. So it's not even like a known malicious domain. It's just another file host that they're hosting their malicious batch script on. We don't have a lot of details of what that batch file actually did in this thing, but you can absolutely take a guess, right? If they were targeting a smart contract developer, there's a lot of malware going around right now, especially in like job interview land. I don't know if you guys saw that. I made a video about it where people are putting out fake jobs, interviewing crypto developers, getting them to install some malicious package and then emptying their crypto wallets while they're on the job interview. So you can imagine if this was targeting crypto developers, you got to assume that they probably have crypto wallets themselves, and that's what these people were targeting. So the tips here are obviously if you're going to review PRs, you have to also review the new dependencies that are being included. So this is like traditional supply chain attack type methodology, and it could go deeper than this. They could have gone one level deeper where they included a dependency that was totally legitimate and clean, but then that dependency had a dependency that had malware. I mean, you can see how deep this could get. The other suspicious thing was the GitHub account was created the day that this PR went live. So this wasn't the long con of XC Utils. They opened a new GitHub account. They opened a PR. Yes, it was mostly actually helpful, so they did do that work, but they didn't like do the whole like let's gain the trust thing. And I just love how this paper ends up that it only took 2 lines of code. This wasn't like some crazy malware that like was polymorphic in the code cave or whatever the hell was going on with pirate software, but this was just 2 lines of code, grabbed a batch script, did some nasty stuff. So their tips to avoid this kind of stuff is obviously check the history of the contributors. It's not always going to be your best indicator because there are some threat actors out there that are currently right now building very legitimate histories so that they can use those accounts for threats in the future. But in this case, it probably should have set off an alarm. There was a brand new GitHub account. Obviously check the dependencies, and then it says use some sort of tools. I don't know if Spectre Assure is maybe that's one of their tools that they're promoting. I'm not sure. But they're saying like, okay, SCA, right? Check the version numbers for vulnerabilities. But then also maybe this is a brand new targeted attack to you that isn't a known vulnerability. You're going to want to make sure that you're monitoring for weird behavior, like, hey, all of a sudden my IDE just reached out to this server and grabbed a batch script. I'm curious if you've used like Little Snitch. I wonder if Little Snitch would have said, hey, VS Code's trying to reach out to this like file thing. I'm curious on that one because that's how I would have caught it. All right, so it's like the week of the supply chain vulnerability, it seems, right? So in every example I just showed you, traditional like security best practices of reviewing things, not installing weird things, not installing things that aren't verified, falling for phishing, falling for social engineering, you got your YubiKeys, you got your two-factor, you got everything, you're doing all the security things right. Even your security team could have reviewed these apps before installation and approved them all, and then they turned into malware. We got to get this in our heads as like consumers of these apps. This is why attack surface matters. This is why like, hey, don't leave random apps on your phone that you're not using anymore. Don't leave random extensions installed that you're not using anymore. Those are attack surface. At some point, either someone can find a vulnerability in one of those things, or someone can purposefully plant malicious code, behavior, keyloggers, whatever it is, in these things. Thank you very much. If you found this useful at all, hit all the YouTube buttons down below. I'm growing this new channel. I appreciate it a lot. Share it with your mom. Moms love me. Follow for more cybersecurity news. Something's going on with malware this week, and we need to talk about it. I've got a handful of examples just from the last few days of either your browser extensions turning into malware.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and I did a little palate cleanser from yesterday's video. I just need something to like kind of calm me down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've had a real black pilling few days, looking into human trafficking and the whole Epstein stuff. But you know what? I'm gonna laugh at an organization that I think everyone's laughing at. Okay, I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna have a good time today. And who are we laughing at? Well, the FBI. Now I know the FBI is a big organization. They got a lot of important things to do. Okay, but it's really funny to me. Like literally in the last few days, I feel like the credibility has kind of been like completely cratered at this point because it's like when you ask the FBI, hey, can we look into releasing some information, look into really investigating a serious case of the elites in our world and human trafficking, and the FBI is just like, what? Have you heard of piracy, mother? Yeah, FBI Atlanta. Ooh, they seize a major video game piracy website. Now, when I read this, I was like, man, leave it to the feds to have the greatest timing in the world, dude. Like, god damn, what a deflection here. So, I'm somebody that in the last, I would say, year or two, I've kind of loosened my stance towards things like piracy. Now, obviously, as per YouTube's TOS, piracy is wrong. It is haram. But as a personal person, I don't think Jesus is going to deny you entry to heaven or something just because you downloaded a ROM off the internet of a game that came out like 2 decades ago, okay? Trust me, you're fine. There's a lot more evil things that you can do than just download a Super Nintendo ROM. So anyways, the FBI dismantled the infrastructure of these websites. So anyways, between February 28th and May 28th this year, they recorded 3.2 million downloads occurred on plenty of websites, right? And that resulted in a loss of $170 million. Now, which asshole did they dig out to get that fact? I feel like they did the 4chan math, so to speak. Now, this is a green text you might have seen. Pirate game. Company loses $60. Delete the game. Company receives back $60. Pirate the game a million times. Company loses $60 million and declares bankruptcy. Yeah, I feel like the FBI is going on with the mathematic that every single person who downloads a game, just compare it to the MSRP, boom, lost sale. Even though it's a lot more complicated than that, I would say if you're so against piracy, I want you to remember that you use games market as similar to, and I promote that shit all the time. Imagine one guy buying the game and then it gets traded like a venereal disease 5 or 6 times through the course of its lifespan. Yeah, that one $60 game probably was played by maybe 5 or 6 more people, right? Maybe. But anyways, to go down, they removed certain sites like NSW2U, NSWDL, Big End Game. So a lot of these are Nintendo Switch ROM sites. So remember, okay, if you were hosting Nintendo Switch games, well, you're just lucky the FBI showed up to your house because there's a lot more dangerous motherfuckers that could pop up, okay? Those goddamn Nintendo ninjas don't screw around. You also got PS4 package and Meganitu.com. I don't know if that's some X-Men website, but that PlayStation 4 package, there's a lot of people who are downloading games like PT, maybe Bloodborne to play on an emulator or something. Yeah, if you ever downloaded a game, you're a bad person. You're going to go to hell. These domains hosted and facilitated access to the pirated video games. Anyone visiting these websites will now view a seizure banner that notifies them the domain has been taken out. So here, I'll show you how it works. Let's say we want to go to ps4package.net, yada, yada, yada. You're like, damn, I want to download a fucking Drive Club or something like that, right? I don't even think they sell that game anymore. Woo! Oh, wait, that can't be reached. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Let's go to that Nintendo website. Ooh, maybe I want to download a Metroid game. Uh-oh. That site's been seized. And yeah, that's just kind of how it works, ladies and gentlemen. Boom. Gamers, it is really difficult to be a gamer these days. Now, I loved ever since yesterday. One thing I really appreciated from the comment section was at least there was a lot of people that really took the words I said to heart there, where I said, when you look at all these crazy, like cover-ups in politics, it's never really about the left or right. It's just about the elites versus the plebeians they seek to separate. And of course, even the president got ratioed on his own social media platform. I think it was like Truth Social or something. What's going on, my boys? And in some cases, gals. In some cases, there are some girls in the audience, but mostly it's a sausage fest. They're all going after my attorney general. Yeah, because she's a lying bitch who's doing a fantastic job. We're on one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. We have a perfect administration, the talk of the world. But everyone's hurting it. They're over a guy that never dies, Epstein, over and over again. Yeah, man, I mean, if you didn't just bill your whole goddamn, if you didn't bill it as a major talking point, people probably wouldn't be talking about it. But one thing that I've learned about piracy is I don't even think it's really all that illegal, to be real with you. It's definitely a civil crime, don't get me wrong. But sometimes I really feel like a lot of these crimes only just matter as long as you can afford to pay the fine, right? Which is what really separates the elites of our world from the general people they try to divide at the bottom. Okay, the people that have to keep fighting with each other. Because if we stop fighting with each other and just collectively looked at who was causing us our pain, there's a lot of people at the top that would start facing the goddamn guillotines automatically. It's some French Revolution type shit. But anyways, for anybody that doesn't know what's happened, there's an AI company by the name of Anthropic. And they basically were alleged, ladies and gentlemen, for downloading around 7 million books. Yeah, if I downloaded 7 million fucking ROMs off the internet, I would actually imagine the feds would bust through my house. Like this movie called Hackers I used to watch back in the day. There was a scene where like this kid wakes up and the feds are in his house and shit. I was like, man, they're going to show up to my house if I download a ROM. When I was a kid and I, happened to download something off the internet, back in the day, ROM sites used to say, like, delete within 24 hours. I used to think if you didn't, bro, the feds would bust in and just take my whole family away. I would be in jail as a goddamn 8-year-old. You know what I mean? Then I realized, wow, that's pretty stupid the older I got. But the point is, piracy is really only a crime that you get punished for. If you're not in the boys club, if you're not in that elite club, if you don't have the money to pay for the fine. So anyways, these guys downloaded tons of these books and scanned tons of books, and then they fed them through their AI model Claude to train off of that stuff, because that's how AI stuff works. Now, from what the court said, the apparent judge actually said that the fair use was in training data, right? Like, I guess you can train using pirated materials because it falls under fair use. Now, it's a bit of a touchy case because in some ways, I actually do like this decision, because in some cases, for things like the Internet Archive and for them preserving and like providing access, I think this benefits them, even though it's not a one-to-one like tangential connection to their case. But then again, what the actual group said was that, yes, they won in summary judgment for the fair use, but when it came to piracy, there is definitely a liability that's there. And apparently in the United States, I believe when it comes to damages related to piracy, I believe it's somewhere around $150,000 per pirated work. So if you factored it into 7 million, you're looking at about $1 trillion. And I don't think it's ever going to happen. You're not going to get any award in that capacity. If anything, they will probably get hit for the piracy. Maybe they'll get hit for the damages. But to be fair, when you're one of these big tech AI companies, you just factor that in anyways. Again, piracy is only a crime if you can't afford the fine. And I feel like that's the case for most civil crimes, right? Like, do whatever you have to. As long as you know you're going to be paying a fine, steal everyone's data, pirate whatever you want. Who gives a shit? Now, when it comes to video game piracy, just in the context of game preservation, I am 100% supportive of it. But there's caveats to what I just said. There's really two cases where I think it's actually totally ethically fine. One of them is when you have a game that you cannot purchase. Like, for instance, there's a lot of games that don't release fully on disc, or games that have insane DRM or online-only attachments that prevent you from actually owning a game once the game company takes that serverware or whatever. I think in that case, if the game is piratable, I really don't see a problem. If you can't own something, can you really even pirate it? It's a really good philosophical question that I see asked all the time on Reddit, okay? And trust me, I feel like out of the only questions I see there, it's one that really makes me think. If you can't buy something, if you can't truly own something, can you even actually pirate it? And the other example is when you're dealing with like a really old game, like from 20 years ago, like, if I want to play something that doesn't get sold out into the market, like a Dragon Quest game on the PlayStation 2 that doesn't get sold out on Steam or any of these platforms, is it really wrong to pirate a game that's so old and not even sold anymore? If at the end of the day, Square Enix or even the developers don't actually benefit from your sale. If the only person benefiting is Jim Bob selling the game for $100 on eBay, I'm gonna look at, do I give this random person $100 for a PS2 game that doesn't even benefit the original creator? Or do I just go to a website and get an ISO file? I don't know. What makes more logical sense? What's actually more convenient, okay? Wait 3 days for it to be shipped, or wait 3 minutes for it to be shipped digitally? There's a lot of questions, all right? There's a lot of things you kind of have to ask yourself. Now, again, throughout this whole video, I just want to preface this. I am not condoning or endorsing teaching how to pirate stuff ever. But I think it's interesting we live in a world where I feel like piracy has become such a necessity, or it's becoming a needed necessity, because one of the things that I always really liked was that one quote, I think it's from Gabe Newell, where he's like, piracy is usually a service problem, right? Like at some point, piracy was a huge issue, I believe, in like Russia. I believe in a lot of Eastern European countries, and it still is. And so what happened was, I believe at the time, Valve came into their storefront, and they were like, all right, we'll regionally price our games, so they're going to be more affordable to the average salary in this area. We're going to be providing a digital distribution service that is more convenient than a lot of these pirate websites. And generally speaking, when you download from us, you in theory should be exposed to things like malware. So they created a great service. They created something that was appealing to that market. And that market rewarded them with actual money. And then it became, a place where developers or publishers weren't just losing a sale. They actually had the avenue of making money through there. Okay. And that's one of the important parts about piracy. Now, one of the things that I like doing is when I like working on stuff, whether I'm coding, whether I'm like playing a video game or recording a video or editing a video, sometimes I like to have shit playing on my screen. And one of those things is South Park. And it's kind of hilarious because, literally, if you haven't been following, they have had a rights battle for the last few days. The creators of the show and the platform distributors have been having beef to the point where the entire show is actually entirely removed from parts of the world. So, for instance, if you go to like South Park, for instance, they'll just straight up tell you, guys, this merger we're in is a shit show, and it's fucking up South Park. We're at the new studio working on new episodes, and we hope the fans get to see them somehow. So even in this case, the creative in this situation is just making their stuff. But except the distributor, the rights holder, the streaming platform is just so awful to work with that it's ruined the entire experience for everyone. And that's the thing that I also hate too, is like the amount of streaming services that we have to basically be exposed to. Okay, I fucking hate how many streaming services are in the market. It used to be you had fucking Netflix, maybe you had something else, but I feel like everything is a goddamn service. And I'm not going to turn this into a goddamn like ad for like one of those services where they teach you how to like cancel your subscriptions, but look at your subscriptions. Look how much money you spend every month. You might actually forget that you're spending maybe like $100 a month or like 50, 60, 70 bucks on multiple different streaming services combined, right? And the fact that, one streaming service used to be like $10 one year, and then like the next year it jumped up to $20, $25 because, all the prices are just going up across the board. Yeah, it's a pretty expensive world to be in. I remember being younger, looking at like cable TV services. My parents bitched about it. They were like, why does cable TV cost so fucking much a month? And then I remember when Netflix came out, they're like, whoa, hold on, pal. You get to watch all of your movies and TV shows at anytime you want. You can just stream them. And it was like, what, maybe like $8.99 a month or something when it came out? Amazing deal. All right. Immediately, cable was useless. It's like, why would I choose to go with a cable service and watch whatever shit they threw that day, or I could just watch from a catalog of stuff that was generally interesting, maybe not always good, but at least it was a whole bunch of stuff that I could watch. And yeah, that's when I jumped into it. And then, of course, every other streaming service came by. You know, it's crazy that anytime I want to watch a specific show, I have to go to a certain different streaming service. Sometimes it could be fucking Crave, sometimes it could be Paramount, sometimes it could be Netflix. It's so tempting to find a website that offers this kind of stuff for free. But generally,
Hey everyone, it's time for the Linux and open source news again. And this week, we've got what I can only call basically spyware being implemented in a lot of browser extensions. We also have the GNOME Foundation saying they actually want to fund GNOME development and developers, which is, I think, good. And we also have the Wayback Project being added to the freedesktop.org umbrella, among a lot of other things, including a pretty important ruling in Germany against Meta and tracking. In terms of privacy, that will probably matter a lot. And we also have this segue to our sponsor. You probably all know about Proton and their end-to-end certain websites. The problem is no user knows that they have access to this webpage or that they use this library in the first place, because extension developers don't tell their users the library is packaged in, because if they did, everyone would uninstall the extension because it is spyware. So to the trash it goes with every single extension that uses it. Fortunately, some extension stores have started removing extensions that package this thing. This should not exist. It is abuse of every single possible API. It is horrendous. Now, it looks like the GNOME Foundation wants to take a more direct role in funding GNOME developers. Currently, the GNOME Foundation just does things around GNOME, meaning they organize the developer conference, to Quadec, they do communication, marketing, correct. To help with this goal, a donation notification like the one KDE implemented is in discussion to ask users once or twice a year if they would like to support the project. The strategy has worked really well for KDE, for Blender, for Thunderbird, and the like. There's basically no reason to think it wouldn't work for GNOME. Of course, this is all still in discussion. It might not happen in GNOME 49, but maybe more for GNOME 50 next year. Finally, they also put in place a plan to better manage financial risk for the foundation with reduced spending, better annual projections, and clearer reporting around their finances. It all sounds like a sound plan, and I think, yes, the GNOME Foundation should pay for GNOME development. It's all well and nice to organize the community around it. The main project is GNOME, so this is what should get a lot of the money, I think, at least. As per the donation notification, I think it's good. No one really complained about the KDE one. At least no one who really thought about it complained about it. It's a good solution. You can disable it. If it's done in the same kind of way, it should work really well for GNOME. And I think it's just a good idea, basically. It's not nagware if it's only once or twice a year. Now, the Wayback Project is now hosted on freedesktop.org. I already talked about this compatibility layer. This aims to be a better solution than X-Wayland for specific cases where you really need everything that X11 can offer and that doesn't work on Wayland. This was started on a personal repo by a developer of the Alpine Linux project, but it seems that there's enough interest around it that the freedesktop.org umbrella deemed it worth it. The project is still in its infancy. It won't be ready before 2026, according to its developer, but at least this gives it a bit more clout, a bit more visibility. They also gained a logo in the process, which is the X11 logo, but with a W, basically, kind of a fun throwback. Now, the way I understand it, Wayback just runs a very basic Wayland compositor that then lets you start a traditional X11 window manager or an entire X11 desktop, which means that every single app or desktop that you want to run with the entire X11 feature set works, compared to X-Wayland, which runs an X11 app as a Wayland client. So that app is still constrained by Wayland's limitations.
where with Wayback, it wouldn't be, at least when trying to talk with other apps run under that X11 window manager and server. So you'll have your full-on Wayland session for people like me who don't really need anything else. You have X Wayland for running games and older software. And if that's really not enough for you and Wayland still lacks a few things, you'll have Wayback that lets you run everything else. I think it's the best way forward. Instead of looking backwards to 1991 and trying to retrofit new stuff onto that super old code base, it's just bringing the feature set into the modern present, which I think is much better than other alternative solutions. Now, the GNOME 49 Alpha was released this week with a few interesting changes. So first, obviously, the X11 session, as planned, is now disabled by default in GDM and wherever it was made available. It will be entirely removed in GNOME 50, so distros still currently have an option to add it back in for GNOME 49, but it's likely that with GNOME 50, you just will not be able to run a GNOME X11 session at all. GDM will also now depend on systemd more than it did, and the non-systemd fallback will be removed. This is not the case in the alpha currently, but it has been announced as being a firm thing that will happen in the beta, so distros will have some time to prepare for it. Apart from that, there's Papers replacing Events, Showtime replacing Totem, a redesign of the GNOME web address bar, many new features for the GNOME calculator, better accessibility in GNOME Calendar with keyboard navigation, normal Windows Live option in the GNOME Online accounts, touch support for the GNOME Remote desktop app, better performance in the shell, and a lot more. Now, we'll see how this move to more Wayland and more systemd goes. I have a feeling that distributions that already did not like systemd and did not like Wayland and refused to ship them didn't really like GNOME, because GNOME has always been a strong proponent of both of these projects. So I don't think it will really affect a lot of people, but it will affect some people in the long run. So we'll have to see if this affects the fact that GNOME is currently the most prevalent desktop environment, at least as the default in the major, most popular Linux distros. We'll see if this changes that status quo or not, but I think it makes sense for the GNOME project. If you didn't like GNOME, you will not like it more with these changes. You probably will hate it more. And if you liked GNOME's direction and Wayland and systemd, this really is not a problem for you. So personally, I don't mind. I use those things. I think they work. It's fine. Now, Bazzite, the sort of Fedora-based gaming distro, has a new app store called Bazaar. I wanted to test it in my recent awesome Linux apps video, but I couldn't compile it at all on my system. It just wouldn't. The libraries that it needs just weren't available to me on the latest Ubuntu LTS, at least, which is the base for the distro I currently use.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Very, very precious for that one.
Yeah. Have a good day.
You too.
Do, 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 do. Sucks.
This can be turned off.
Oh, that's weird. It's fucking weird, dude.
Do you remember quarantine? If you're not a boomer like me, then listen up, kids, because back in the day, we didn't have to subscribe to 10 different mid-streaming services just to get the latest Hollywood slop. Back then, if there was a movie or an album or a game that you wanted, but you were dead broke, you sailed the high seas. That's right, you pirated it. Now, as a disclaimer, of course, and worst of all, it directly harms the poor artists who, like, come on, just about everybody who's ever touched a computer before has sailed the high seas, so to speak. And the best way to do that was always with torrenting. Now, in case you don't know, torrenting is a magical technology that allows you to connect to other people's computers and download a file. And once you finish downloading it, you can and share it back so others can also download it. Now, this is the perfect technology for downloading some big files like maybe a Linux ISO. But come on, everybody knows what most people use this for. But these days, you don't really hear too many people talking about piracy like you did before. Because, as we all know, services like Spotify and Netflix and Steam came along, and they improved our lives so much that torrenting and piracy was never heard of again, right? Well, with big companies getting greedier and greedier, and the fact that if you even want a chance of finding a decent movie to watch tonight, you have to subscribe to 5 different services, each of them with a $15 a month price tag. Like, I know some of you out there's trying to find a good movie to watch than you actually spend watching a movie. We've all been there before. And so as a result, a lot of people are getting interested in torrenting again. Now, maybe you think you're an elite hacker because you know about Baby's First Torrent site or the Pirate Bay, or maybe some other similar sites. Maybe you're even smart enough to get a VPN so Comcast will stop sending your mom letters in the mail and she'll finally stop yelling at you to get a job and move out. But what you might not know is this is just the surface of torrenting on the internet. What if I go much deeper and find out that you never even knew existed? Because, let's face it, there's not exactly a lot of quality control on these big torrent websites. I know at least one of you bricked your parents' computer when you were trying to find a correct version of Bloom's Tower Defense. And if your taste in movies or music is a little bit obscure, you're not finding it on the Pirate Bay. But there are torrent websites out there where you can find any piece of media ever created, all for free. And you don't have to settle for the stupid Yiffy or Netflix quality. Doesn't Netflix have this scam where you have to pay $5 extra a month just to get 4K content? On these websites you've never heard of before, you can literally find just about anything. If you want to watch the bonus features on the limited edition Blu-ray of your favorite anime, only ever released in Japan, you can find it on there. If you want to listen to the vinyl copy of your favorite album with the reorder track trackers, or I'm probably going to get sent to Davy Jones' locker. But there are websites out there with an absolute treasure trove of content, impeccably maintained by the internet's greatest autists. And if you think that the Pirate Bay has a lot of content, trust me, you ain't seen nothing.
It is literally just a tiny fraction of what is out there. Now, there are hundreds and even thousands of these private torrent trackers out there. There are ones for films, games, books, software, and each of them have their own rules and requirements. But in this video, I'm going to tell you the story of WhatCD. And this is just one private torrent tracker out of many. But this was arguably the most infamous private torrent tracker out there. And just about everybody agrees this was the greatest private tracker for music of all time. Now, not everybody can come here and download to your heart's content like something like the Pirate Bay. This is an exclusive club. And the people here may be sharing copyrighted music, but these aren't just your average cyber criminals. People on these sites are pros, and professionals have standards. If you try to compare the Pirate Bay to a site like this, it's like comparing a wannabe gangbanger to Don Corleone. There's just no comparison. Because they don't just let in any riffraff off the street. If you want in, you need a connection. You need an invite. Now, if you tried to enter this site before, all you would see is a cryptic message and a login form. There's nowhere to register an account. There's no button to sign up. The only way you can get in is to get an invite from a current member. And the number one rule is you never ask for an invite. You have to earn it. You might be wondering how to earn an invite. Well, one way to do it is to pass the interview. Now you might be thinking, an interview, an invite, why would anybody care about this pretentious music club? Why wouldn't you just listen to the latest Taylor Swift album on Spotify or YouTube? And of course, that's a very dumb question. A normie like you would never understand. This is a sanctuary for those with obscure music taste. If you want to listen to the deep guttural screams of alt idol Seiko Omori's early work when she was at her absolute rawest sound, you can't find that on Spotify. And if you have actually decent headphones instead of using these trash Apple AirPods that the kids are using these days, you wouldn't be able to hear the subtle differences between the compressed, horrible YouTube version and the warm, lossless quality of the vinyl rip of Carly Rae Jepsen's Emotion. Sorry, I got a little bit worked up there. But if you care about quality or finding obscure items that you can't find anywhere else, you can only find them on private trackers like WhatCD. Now, in recent years, Spotify's collection of rare music has gotten much better. But 10 years ago, you couldn't find 90% of what I listened to on Spotify or even YouTube a lot of times. And certainly not in good quality. And this isn't just a mishmash of random torrents. Everything was impeccably organized. You can open up one album and find 5 different versions of it. So you can download the CD rip or the web version or the vinyl or the limited edition Japanese release with the bonus tracks or the remastered version or the original demo tape that only ever had 50 copies made. And when you upload a torrent, it has to meet the quality standards or it's going to be deleted. This wasn't amateur hour. This was a perfectly curated museum of music. So if you want into the club, you have to pass the interview. Now, this is an interview conducted over IRC. For you Zoomers, this is like prehistoric Discord. And you need to pass the interview because you can't just be letting anyone in there. You have to show how much you know about music. What's the difference between a variable bitrate and a constant bitrate MP3? How do you transcode a FLAC file? And you need to know these things because once you're in, you can't just download. You have to share. If you have a tracker. At WhatCD, everybody contributes. You always leave the torrent CD. And if you own any music, you rip that CD. Maybe you found an obscure album at a Goodwill that isn't already on the website. Everybody contributes. And only if you upload can you download it. If you upload 1 gigabyte of data, then you can also download 1 gigabyte of data. You also get a ratio showing how much you share. And if you don't share enough, then you're walking the plank. If you take much more than you give, you're getting banned. And so these rules seem pretty strict, but this means that you can always find a seed on a lot of these websites. Because on a lot of public trackers like the Pirate Bay, you'll often find torrents that are just completely dead. People just stop caring about them. And now there's nobody left to share them. But on these exclusive private trackers, you'll almost always find somebody who is still sharing these files. Because of course you have a lot of incentive to share with other people. And some power users on these websites would even rent servers called seed boxes, which were exclusively used to seed torrents 24/7 with massive upload speeds. The most elite users might have terabytes of data uploaded. And it was a utopia. If you were a real music fan, if you're serious about having any kind of music collection, then this was basically heaven on earth. And if you share back to the community enough, eventually you work your way up the ranks. So you start off as just a deckhand, just as an ordinary user. But over time, you can level up your rank to be elite or even higher. And of course, the higher your rank, the more privileges you get. You get invites to other movie trackers, anime trackers, game trackers, book trackers, software trackers, and of course, trackers completely dedicated to, well, just about everything. Of course, there's also the community. I discovered so many of my favorite bands of all time from this website. You could just be introduced to so much good music that you would never even hear of outside of private trackers. People there were passionate about music, and it showed. The forums were always active talking about the latest music. You could create your own collages of different albums you enjoyed. You could find the most popular new releases in the top 10 section. There were so many new artists to discover. And if you couldn't find something there, you could even request rare, hard-to-find music from other members by staking some of your upload. Maybe you want a rare copy of a Fishman's record, only ever released in Japan, and you don't want to pay exorbitant import tax. You can just request it, and somebody living there might pick it up. Look, the community back in the day was so great that I've even heard of people getting married to people that they met on WhatCD. But if you're against piracy and you think people should just pay the artists what they deserve, then you might just think of WhatCD as a place for stingy internet users that don't want to support the artist and they just want to get something for free. But WhatCD was more than that. It was a giant archive. A lot of music on this website had never even been digitized before. I'm talking about old cassette tapes and vinyls from artists that were never popular enough to get their music on Spotify. There was a lot of rare music on here that you just couldn't find anywhere else. And WhatCD was the only place that really incentivized this sort of sharing. Maybe if you're a super fan of some artist that you really like, you really want to hear their early work that has been lost to time. But if record labels don't think it's going to make enough money, then it's just going to be lost to time. These weren't just entitled teenagers trying to get something for nothing. People on What loved music like nobody else, and they paid for music just to share it with others. You've probably heard that a lot of pirates buy more music than the average person. And since you could learn about obscure artists that you would never hear of otherwise, I remember supporting these artists. Some super obscure artists that nobody ever heard of. I would buy their albums on Bandcamp because I wanted to support them. And a lot of torrents uploaded on here, there was just no legal way to obtain them. There were so many out-of-print, limited edition records on there. So sure, we were treading into a legal gray area for sure, but was it really as bad as it seems? And at its peak, What had over 2 million torrents available, something completely unheard of on any other torrent site at the time. But all good things cannot last forever, because, as I'm sure you know, online piracy is super illegal. Now, WhatCD wasn't actually hosting any illegal files. All they were hosting was basically links. But do you really think that's going to hold up in court? And running a private torrent site is dangerous business. Of course, they're not as well known as something like the Pirate Bay, which is open to everyone. But of course, the feds also had their eyes on WhatCD. But it's not like the people who ran WhatCD were getting rich off of it. Most private torrent trackers run on donations. In this community, making money from torrenting is very much looked down on. The most professional sites don't give you any rewards for donating. You donate to keep the site alive. Maybe you'll get a cool little donor icon next to your name on the forums, but that's about it. But of course, if you run one of these private torrent trackers, you're always going to be a little bit paranoid. This sounds like a secret website that not many people know about, but the feds always know. And if you own WhatCD, it can be pretty scary running a torrent website. What if XYoshiFanX, a trusted super moderator, is actually a fed in disguise, and he's looking to finally gather enough evidence to get the owners locked up? And what happened to WhatCD is it disappeared in a moment. One day you could log in, and the next day there was a notice saying it was gone. On November 17, 2016, French authorities seized 12 servers from the internet service provider that WhatCD was using. And WhatCD later said that the feds didn't seize any of the databases. And that's a good thing because if the feds got access to all of the messages on the server, they could presumably track down some of the admins with bad OPSEC. But of course, the owners were spooked. The next day, all that remained was a message from the owners. So long, and thanks for all the fish. Because nobody wants to get rounded up by the alphabet boys. They were spooked, and they fled. And not much has been heard from them since. They posted one final goodbye on their Twitter and disappeared. In a way, it's sad, because WhatCD was essentially the Library of Alexandria for music. You could find things on there that you could never find anywhere else in a million years. Unreleased demo tapes from legendary bands. obscure music that takes a real music fan to even enjoy. But it's just part of the life cycle of these sorts of websites. Oink's Pink Palace, one of the OG music private trackers that was shut down by the feds. And WhatCD's closing wasn't the end. Since then, several replacements have popped up and are still alive and well. And from what I've heard, they have even more than WhatCD ever had. But that's a whole nother story. These private trackers have always had a niche but loyal fan base of music lovers. Even Trent Reznor, the founder of the band 9 Inch Nails, was a member of WhatCD's predecessor, Oink's Pink Palace. And Reznor said about these private trackers, they're not stealing it because they're going to make money off of it. They're stealing it because they love the band. This was whenever iTunes was big. But iTunes music was always locked down with DRM, and you could only listen to low quality, low bitrate versions of the music on iTunes. Now, it's been a few years since I last used private trackers just because I really don't care about having a perfectly curated multimedia collection anymore. And it's bad form to mention the names of any current private trackers out there. And the few whispers that you'll hear, people only mention obscure acronyms that make no sense unless you're in the know. And for good reason. They want to keep the normies out, and the feds. Now, it might not seem like a site like WhatCD would still be relevant today. But even today, whenever you buy a movie or a book from something like Amazon, you don't really own it. With things like DRM and locks placed on your content, you never truly own your collection. If Amazon wants to, they can remove your entire Kindle collection and there's nothing you can do about it. Even if you think something like Spotify is amazing, one day your favorite track off of your playlist might be removed for whatever reason. Because on these big services, you never truly own your collection. And as long as there are still corporations out there that still will always be a space in the world for private trackers out there.
Nice.
What makes piracy bad? Do I even need to make that argument? You must have heard that a million times by now. Piracy is literally theft. When you pirate, you're stealing from creators and inventors by depriving them of their hard-earned income while you create nothing. Piracy isn't just illegal, you're also a bad person if you do it because you're hurting a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate that made $5 billion in net profits last year alone. That $5 billion in net profit was made by Disney, who spent decades lobbying for massive expansion of copyright laws around the world. And in that process, copyright today encapsulates so much that it destroys the very concepts of other individual rights, like the right to repair, freedom of speech, and the right to ownership itself. In this essay, I want to argue that you should not feel sorry for pirating from a media conglomerate or a big tech streaming service or a giant gaming publisher. And not only should you not feel sorry about that, you should feel proud to do it. Even if piracy is illegal, it is an act of rebellion so important that doing it is your moral and civil duty. I want to reveal to you that copyright is not about protection of authors and artists anymore. That used to be its original idea in the 18th century, but today, copyright serves a much greater agenda at the behest of giant publishing corporations. What is that agenda? And how does copyright harm your ability to own anything at all? And should you always feel good about pirating? I'll answer all of these questions and provide my long-term solution to this problem that I think you'll want to hear about. This is a topic that will get this video suppressed by YouTube, so if you want to hear even more of my analysis that didn't make it into this essay, join my Patreon and access my podcast where I do exactly that. I cover all of the topics on my channel and many more in much more detail than I can do here. Without your support, this channel could not exist, so please go ahead and support my work. If buying isn't owning, piracy isn't stealing. That's a meme that undersells the reality. In truth, piracy wouldn't be stealing even if buying were owning. Almost everywhere you go, except for the law itself, piracy will be defined to you as theft. But that's a lie. Piracy is not theft, and it will never be theft. Theft is a zero-sum game. You steal from somebody, and they no longer have it. Piracy is not that. When you pirate, you copy an idea, but the author still has the original. You didn't steal anything, and you couldn't be charged with theft. You committed a copyright infringement, which is illegal, and you could be charged with that if caught. But even the copyright law recognizes that you cannot steal an idea because ideas are fundamentally abundant. If you pirate my idea, we both have one idea. If you steal my apple, you have one apple and I have none. But this is not why you should feel good about pirating. That should come from an understanding of what criminalizing of sharing ideas did to our society and our rights. That mean if buying isn't owning and all that stuff sounds like a joke, but it's not a joke. Piracy is a necessary evil in the post-copyright world order. When you buy a copyrighted work, you don't own it like you would own anything else you could buy. You technically only own the paper and ink the book is made of, for instance. The ownership of the book's content is almost indefinitely retained by the author. If you manage to live longer than 70 years after the author's death, that's when you get to enjoy that book fully and freely, because only then does it enter into a public domain. Disney's most famous Mickey Mouse is only last year entered the public domain after being protected for 95 years. But that release only affects the Steamboat Willie version of Mickey Mouse, not the later versions that became even more popular and emblematic of the company. Realistically, you will never have true ownership over physical works that are copyrighted. And this gets way worse with the digital goods that have no physical representation, and your landlords, I mean the publishers, can revoke your privileges at any moment for any reason. And when that happens, you'll feel like your grandma kind of died. Copyright is literally the biggest conspiracy in the entire world and the neighboring galaxy. The "you'll own nothing and you'll be happy" was a widespread meme about how BlackRock and World Economic Forum will price you out of everything and you'll only be able to rent things from then on. But that's copyright. Copyright is doing that to you. Copyright was redesigned to destroy the concept of ownership, at least by the time it officially expanded to include computer software. Facebook is protected with the same ferocity as Harry Potter. Think about that. Everything today has copyrighted software inside it. Your car is a computer on wheels. Your fridge, dishwasher, watch, phone, fitness tracker, farming equipment, TV, console, everything that can be computerized is computerized with some vaguely programmed features that are payable behind a software lock to make you pay a subscription fee to get access to it. If you want better acceleration or heating seats in your car, you better pay up. If you want to unlock diagnostics and repair, you better pay up. If you want to disable and update it arbitrarily slows down your older phone, you better buy a new one. Some of that computerization comes with features such as being able to remotely control your device with an app. But the primary reason why everything today has a computer in it, even when the feature it brings is marginal at best, is because it allows companies to legally lock you out of owning the things you buy. Breaking through that lock is a criminal offense under DMCA, a US law that allows companies to use the government to enforce their private rules invented by their software lock. The most common of such software locks is DRM, or digital rights management. Now, every single problem you have today is downstream from copyright destroying your ownership. Don't believe me? This is how you'll own nothing and you will not be happy. Companies don't just make money when you buy things from them anymore. That's boring. The biggest revenue pit that thus far has been largely untapped was the ability to repair your own stuff. It used to be easy. Even if you couldn't do it yourself, you could find someone who could, or take it to a shop and pay them to fix it for you. In any case, third-party repair is revenue lost to not buying goods from the producer. Producers could offer a repair service of their own, but that's hard when repair specialists in a free market can do it cheaper, faster, and better.
So if I walked in off the street with this problem, what would you charge for the repair you just did? If somebody wanted me to just bend the pin back, I wouldn't charge them for that. I would say, I'm going to rework your original cable. That may not last long term, but here, it's free. If they wanted us to replace the cable, depending on the model, anywhere from 75 to 150, depending on the difficulty. Very least, we need to replace is the logic board and the top case. So that we're looking at 600 plus 500, $1,100 with the labor of 100. And if we need to replace the display as well, that's another 780.
It'd be a lot easier to do if they could kill that free market and monopolize repair for themselves. Not by providing better repairs, but by employing legally binding software locks like DRM into their products, so that if you try to repair your own stuff, you wouldn't just be voiding the warranty, you'd be breaking the law.
If our customer was our product, we could make a ton of money. We've elected not to do that.
Because bypassing the DRM lock for any reason is a crime on its own. Remember how I said every world problem is now downstream from copyright? Well, even world hunger is. Tractor manufacturers are the most despotic enforcers of their repair monopoly. John Deere famously locked farmers out of the ability to repair their own tractors and forced them to wait for company technicians to fix their machines. The problem is that when a tractor breaks in the field, the whole crop is in danger. A hailstorm, flash floods, or other events can destroy yield for a whole year if farmers aren't able to act in time. Farmers who couldn't wait for the overpriced John Deere authorized repair would be hacking their own equipment in order to fix it themselves. That, of course, wouldn't go so well with John Deere, who would go after these farmers with threats of fines and legal punishment. The precedence that this set is very, very clear. If you try to repair your own stuff without authorization from the company, you are committing piracy. You are a bad person and you should feel bad about depriving your business of lost revenue